Cool. Good evening, everyone. The time is now 7:01, and please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. First item on the list for this evening is the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the November 25th, 2024 special meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1, or 5-0, geez. Learn to count. Next item are announcements and presentations. Pass it over to Jim for the town manager's update.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the council, people who are here this evening, and those of you who are watching from home. A couple of updates. The town has posted a link on the town's website to assist anyone that's been impacted by the Rhode Island Bridge cybersecurity breach if they're using any state services. This provides you to the state site to instructing you how to handle it if you feel your data has been breached. The police department, we have 4 vacancies, and we are continually recruiting for qualified laterals and new applicants seeking a career in law enforcement. As many know, it is a very difficult process to recruit people for these positions. So anyone watching from home, if they are interested or they have any friends that are interested, we encourage you to contact the Narragansett Police Department and submit your application. Down in Galilee, the DEM is continuing their beautification project at the old Lighthouse Inn parcel with planting grass, trees, walkways. I've requested a complete copy of the complete scope of the work. I am waiting to receive that. And some kudos we received for 2 members of the Narragansett Fire Department. We received a letter of thanks recognizing 2 of our firefighters, Lieutenant Chris Dabowski and Firefighter Thomas Boyer from Engine 3, the North Station. They were credited for their professional service, and the author of the email cited their empathy for her situation where she was injured and quite uncomfortable and in fear. We appreciate the fact that she took the time, in her time of need, to thank these gentlemen for their services. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next on the agenda is open forum. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to come up for open forum? Just as a reminder, the comments of citizens addressing the council are neither adopted nor endorsed by the body, but heard as requested. Public comment will not be taken on matters involving open litigation. And please state your name and address. Speak only on topics not on the meeting agenda, and every speaker will be restricted to a 3-minute time limit. Thank you.
Hi, Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. So I've got a big concern about, first of all, the vote that's coming up tonight. And this is not a comment on the vote. This is a comment about Mr. Durkin recusing himself from the vote. He has filed in ethics filings that he owns over 200 properties in the town. And it's generally a scope. So when the ethics committee, the state ethics committee considers something, whether it's conflict of interest, you know, for example, if you only own 1 rental property in the town, you're not disproportionately represented. But Mr. Durkin is by far the largest landowner in the town. And I think it's not right to vote on any of these matters until, and I don't know if an opinion's been rendered or not. I didn't see one as of the beginning of this meeting online. So very well could have been, so my comments might not be accurate. But, you know, when you think about owning 200 properties in the town, that's the majority landowner in the entire town. And Mr. Durkin also has a violation coming up, a hearing that he appealed the violation of the 3 student. I wonder how many of those 200 properties would potentially also violate the 3 student. And it's pretty disappointing. to see votes on it for people that have such a vested interest, because you all ran on transparency and listening, and it doesn't feel like after the first couple meetings that we've been listened to. It was atrocious what happened with Boone Street Market last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't know what active listening means. I know that's a big theme of what your campaign was, but Boone Street Market got nothing, just a slap on the wrist, and you pretty much told the residents of that street that it was too bad. And your whole thing about listening to the stakeholders, what you're really saying is that when you listen to the other stakeholders, what you're saying about the ordinance tonight is that the residents have too much consideration in this process. We have to yield our natural resources to businesses. And the natural resource, Boone Street, is peace and quiet. And the same is true for the short-term rentals. And we'll talk more about that later. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But, after the first couple meetings, it doesn't seem like this council is doing what they promised.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Is this part of when you sign the sheet, when you come in?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I should have asked if there was anyone who had signed up on the sheet. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's John Dodd. I live at 382 Bittersweet Farm Way in Wakefield. I'm the executive director of the Atlantic Shark Institute, which you may have heard of. You probably have seen our license plates, of which there are many, many thousands throughout the state. So the reason I'm here is earlier this summer we had a resident find a fossilized great white shark tooth on Narragansett Beach, which was pretty unique, over 10,000 years old. It ended up in the Narragansett Times. And then we had another resident, Carlene Shields, a friend of mine. She was walking down the beach in October. She also found a white shark tooth that we also were able to date, fossilized tooth over 10,000 years old. And since then we've had a couple more that have shown up. So we're kind of fascinated by this as an organization. Each of these teeth have been over 10,000 years old, up to millions of years old. We haven't gone into any detail because we really don't want to disturb the teeth. They're great mementos for folks. So anyway, I had called Michelle earlier in the week or last week and said, we'd love to put up a sign, if we could at our expense, where people enter Narragansett Beach or exit it, just saying, hey, if you find a fossilized tooth, we'd love to hear about it. Here's who we are, Atlantic Shark Institute. We're doing a little bit of a study, and we're fascinated by the find. So that was it. It was just, I wanted to mention that and to, in the hope that it might be given some consideration. So sign going, sign coming. If you find a tooth, which of course we describe and we would define and people could approve it, just so that beachgoers would have a place and know that if they found one of these things, which has a lot of uniqueness to it, research to it, that we'd love to know about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak for open forum? Please say your name and address.
Paul Wilcox, 1035 Morsefield Road, and also 0 Frank Lowe. I'm here today. I wanted to just bring up the issue regarding the property line setback increase. I wanted to make sure that that's not going on the back burner, as this is something that is changed, and it was done without really, as far as I'm aware, with proper notice and documentation. Mr. Shikarski granted the ordinance of relief. This ordinance granted that the town can provide a 15% setback relief without requiring formal approval. And this relief is especially critical for areas like Narragansett, where most lots and homes are small postage stamp size properties. The change to setbacks have not been formally updated or documented in the town's requirements as far as I'm aware. I've learned this firsthand because I am going through the engineering process with my home. And my engineer designed the house based on the setbacks posted on the town website, only to find out during submission that the setbacks that the town was adhering to were not on the website, and it resulted in additional redesign costs and delays on my end. So first, I would propose formally to update in the short term that these setbacks come out of the dark and are publicly documented and easily accessible to avoid future confusion or financial strain on residents or businesses. And more importantly, I would propose that the council reinstates the original town setbacks, and we can adopt the 15% relief granted by Mr. Shikarski's ordinances, allowing future homeowners in Narragansett to benefit from this crucial relief. I really don't believe that this 15% relief will lessen the beauty of Narragansett, and I realize that's why it was put in place, but rather that it will allow future generations the ability to live in Narragansett and appreciate its beauty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jim, was there anyone on the list? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Any other members in the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, moving on to consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda item C1?
Motion to approve?
Is there a motion? We just need somebody to move it and then second it. Sorry.
Second?
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to new business. Is there a motion to approve the scope of work and issuance of a request for proposals for a feasibility study for a heating, venting, and air conditioning HVAC system for the Kinney Bungalow?
So moved.
Discussion? Does anyone have anything from the town that they would like to add?
This started back in 2014 with a similar request to review the scope of work and issue an RFP. Only it was never awarded. It just died on the vine back then. And now the Land Trust has come forward again, asking the council to approve it so we can put an RFP out with the scope of work that they've designed to address what they think is needed there. There's no real cost involved in it until an award is given.
Thank you. Anyone on the council have any questions or would like to discuss anything?
Yeah, Jim, can I just ask you a question? So the Land Trust is the caretaker of the Kinney Bungalow?
That's their land, yes.
Okay, so that is in there by deed, is it, or is it?
Well, they just recently did the easement, the preservation easement on the
Right.
property as well.
Yeah.
So I would say yes.
Yeah, so then the Recreation Department only ran the festivities there? Is that?
The events.
Yeah, the events.
Correct.
Yeah, so, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to come up and speak? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the engineering department. Is there a motion to approve the contract amendment for construction phase services for the water quality improvements project with Pear Corporation in the amount of $129,800?
Second?
Discussion. Is there anyone present who wishes to elaborate on this item? Any questions from the council regarding this agenda item? Anyone from the public wish to come and speak on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next, from the Finance Department, we have a motion to approve the request to fill the vacancy of tax assessor and any potential vacancies created through internal candidates.
So
Is
moved.
there a motion?
Second.
Discussion. So it looks like we have presented before us, oh, this was not the right link. Actually, would one of you like to elaborate on the applicants while I work to load this? Sorry, thank you.
The position is advertised, and we're in the process of selecting someone for that position. The current person holding the position leaves on January 3rd. So when we identify the candidate, we will advise the council.
Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, then this is just a motion to approve the request to fill the vacancy. We don't currently have any specific names. We're just moving forward with the process.
We don't discuss personnel matters.
Oh, okay, thank you.
in public.
Thank
This-
you.
this-
That's right.
The approval of the council, this was an agenda item that was passed. I don't even recall what year it was, where the council approves, the appointments, but in reality, the hiring takes place out of my office with HR. But this is just to keep the council appraised.
Standard.
It's
Okay.
like a
Thank
advisory
you.
consent. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the town clerk. Is there a motion to approve a victualling and holiday license for MKA LLC, DBA Gong Cha, 91 Point Judith Road, Suite D9, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Sarah, did you want to give a soundbite on this? Not sure if that's something you traditionally do. All the information's presented here.
Yeah, only if you have any questions. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Anyone from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to agenda item G2. Is there a motion to appoint an individual to the Towers Committee as a representative from the Narragansett Historical Society for a 3-year term expiring on August 1st, 2027?
I'll move Deb Kopek.
Do we have to move the motion first and then discuss nominees, or just a quick process question?
You can do the first and second, and then you can just discuss that the Historical Society is requesting Deb Kopek to be appointed as their member.
Okay, so do you want to just move it and then,
I'll move it.
And I'll second.
okay, and now we can discuss. So Jim, you were saying?
Deb Kopek.
I think the council is very well aware of who Deb Kopek is, and she is requesting to fill this position on the Towers Committee for the 3-year term expiring on August 1st, 2027. I commend our previous town council member for wanting to continue her service to this town. So she has my support. Does anyone else on the council wish to make a comment?
I think Deb Kopek would be an excellent addition to the Towers Committee, and I fully support her nomination.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to agenda item G3. Is there a motion to appoint one individual to the Narragansett Housing Authority for a term set to expire on April 30th, 2029?
Motion to approve. Discussion.
Second.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Motion moved by Jim Durkin, seconded by Donna Vignelli. Discussion. There were at least 3 applicants for this position. Donna, since you're the representative to the Housing Authority, do you want to start off with any comments?
I have spoken to Mike McLaughlin and Town Manager, Mr. Tierney, and this is somewhat of a little unique situation. The Housing Authority is in the process of remodeling 9 apartments, and they've finished the outside, and they're now moving into the inside to do remodeling the kitchens and the bathrooms. Jim, our Righi, has been the chairperson, and he has been working with the contractors and has been the person in charge of those remodels. The remodels will probably be done in about approximately 3 to 6 months. They have asked to allow him to remain on the committee for that time or until the remodels have been done, completed. And I have no objection to making the recommendation that we allow him to remain on the committee as the person who is working with the contractors. After the initial period of time and everything is completed, we will then his term will end, and then we will choose a new person for the committee. Mr. Attorney, was I clear?
Yes, that's accurate. The Executive Director of the Housing Authority is here this evening, and he said he'd run, maybe say a couple of comments.
Oh, yeah,
about it. So-
absolutely. I'm sorry I didn't see you.
Good evening.
Please
Mr.
state your
Reed's
name
been
and
the
ad-
chairperson for approximately 7 years.
Oh, just please state your name and
Mike
address.
McLaughlin,
Thank
the
you.
Executive Director of the Narragansett Housing Authority. So Mr. Reed has been the chairperson for approximately 7 years. We received this funding to remodel these units after many years of applying for grant money. We were fortunate enough to get this money. He had asked to be able to stay and complete the project. I will tell you that I am retiring at the end of this month here, January 1st. So we are in a transition period with myself, and we have an acting director come in. With the position of chairperson, there's a lot to it as far as requiring signatures for disbursement of funds. There's also reporting to HUD that has to be transferred over. So with that being said, that we're just asking that if we can delay this appointment for, I would think hopefully the work will be completed by April 1st. Maybe a little delayed, but not much more after that. So, and he does apologize. He's traveling. He's down in the Caribbean, so that's why he wasn't able to call you. He just sent you an email.
No problem. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So if I'm understanding correctly, the request would be to continue this agenda item, or?
No, I would make the recommendation that we allow him to continue until April 1st or the end of the project, and at which time we will revisit this, the opened position, and look at the applications at that time.
Okay. Does that need to be spelled out clearer on the agenda?
No, it just needs to be simple, continue the appointment to a date uncertain when the project is complete.
Okay.
So I make the motion that we continue Mr. Righi's appointment until April 1st or the end of the remodel on the project.
Or if you want to say the first meeting in April, April 7th.
We don't even have to choose a
You don't
meeting date.
even have to do that? Okay.
Nope, make it
Well, then-
nice and simple.
I like the motion. If somebody wants to second Donna's motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, if I can find my place, is agenda item G4. Is there a motion to appoint one individual to the Finance Committee for a 4-year term expiring on December 1st, 2028? Would anyone like to move that motion?
So moved?
Second?
Thank you. Discussion? Anyone have any nominees for this committee?
So we just got another application recently in our mailbox, and that couldn't be included in this one. So I would prefer to continue this to the next meeting so that we can review that application as well.
We did receive a late application from one individual, and the request from Councilman Jason Colonies is to, under that circumstance, to give proper time to review that application and take careful consideration. He would like to continue that to the next meeting. Is that correct? Would anyone like to second that?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Next to agenda item G5, is there a motion to appoint, reappoint 2 members of the public and confirm appointment of 3 employees to the pension board for a 2-year term set to expire on November 1st, 2026, and confirm appointment of 3 employees to the pension board for a 1-year term to expire on November 1st, 2025.
Move the motion.
Second?
Discussion? Does anyone have any nominees or would like to discuss any specific individuals who have applied?
That's you, right?
Does anyone have any feedback, anyone that they've reviewed on the pension board? I know, yep, go ahead.
Okay, no, so the applications, I was just curious, when it says non-voter after someone's name, can you just clarify what that means?
Yes, I can. So that means with the charter changes that came through, anybody that's appointed to one of the boards or commissions, they need to be a registered voter within the town. They need to be an elector. So if we receive an application, we check their voter registration status within Narragansett, and if they are not a voter, we flag them as a non-voter so that you know that right now, until they become a registered voter, they are unable to be appointed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So then that really only leaves one applicant?
Okay, so I see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 union members who would just automatically be considered. And then you have the seeking reappointment for public at large. You're right, there's only one individual from that list. Do you want to share that name?
Douglas McLaughlin.
And I also see that he's currently on the Galilee Advisory Committee and Library Board of Trustees. And a question that I had when reviewing the charter was the number of committees in which one individual can serve on. And I believe in a prior discussion that I've had with you that 2 was allowed, but since this individual happens to be on 2, would you mind sharing, would they immediately
Sure.
be removed?
So pursuant to your boards and commissions rules, dual appointment to boards so for 2 boards is allowed, as long as all applications are considered. Douglas McLaughlin is currently appointed to 2 boards, the Galilee Advisory as well as the Library Board of Trustees. I have spoken with him, and he would like his application considered for the pension board appointment. If he were to be chosen for that appointment, he has said that he will resign from his appointment to the Galilee Advisory, so he would only be serving on 2 boards.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions?
Would it be possible to break this up and say we're going to renew the 8 people, the union people, and just continue the nomination from applicants? Would that be
For the
possible?
public members?
Yes.
You could break it up however you choose to. There's one person, Brian Leet, apologize if I'm pronouncing his name wrong,
Seeking
who
reappointment.
is eligible for reappointment if you choose. If not, you can continue the public members and then just appoint the the employee members to the term to expire 2026, 3 others for the term to expire 2025 to get those terms staggered.
Okay.
So
Whatever
my
you choose to do.
Yeah, so my recommendation would be to renew the labor union's request for reappointment for the designated representatives, as well as Brian Leet, who is seeking reappointment from the public at large, and then to continue the remaining open seats for the pension board. Does that sound?
Council President, can we break it down just a smidge further to have your motion be to appoint Brian Lee and then choose 3 members of the employees to be the one term, the 2026 expiration, November 1st? We'll have to do it in 2 separate motions to get the expiration dates staggered.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Then we'll start with the reappointment of Brian Leet to the pension board. Is there a motion to reappoint Brian Leet to the pension board?
Second?
Discussion? Anyone from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. And next on the agenda, following up, is there a motion? Sorry, what? Oh. Is there does anyone on the is there a motion to approve the requested reappointments from the labor unions for the designated allotted period of time that we'll decide? Anyone can move that motion.
Do you want
Yep.
that?
Anybody can move a motion to choose 3 of those people from the list. You can split it up 50-50, however you want to do it. Read the first 3 for an expiration term of November 1st, 2026, and then just confirm the other 3 for an expiration of November 1st, 2025.
Okay.
So move the first 3 on the list,
For expiration November 1st, 2025.
and the second 2?
There's 3 more. The other one carries to the second page.
Oh, this is 3, all right.
Yep.
Yep, I'm sorry.
So is there a motion to move? Can we do this all in one if we say it correctly? Is there a motion to approve the first 3 members on this list for a term expiring on November 1st, 2025, and the remaining 3 individuals on this list to a term ending November 1st, 2026?
I move it, the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I think that settles that agenda item, correct?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Doug McLaughlin's vote continued, okay.
Next on the agenda, where are we? G6, thank you. Is there a motion to reappoint Carolyn Plant to the Juvenile Hearing Board for a 3-year term expiring on November 1st, 2027?
Move the motion.
Second?
Any discussion? Anyone from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next on the agenda, G7, is there a motion to appoint 1 individual to the Land Conservancy Trust for a 3-year term set to expire on November 1st, 2027? Anyone can move.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Discussion. We received a few applicants that I think we had a really great opportunity to review. Thank you for sharing those resumes with us. And I'd be curious to hear the feedback from any council members.
I was reviewing all very good resumes. I was particularly drawn to Donna Hanlon's resume. The passion that she speaks about land conservancy is strong in this. I admire her history, and I would like to consider nominating her to the Land Trust.
Anyone else?
I don't have a motion for a person, but I can second that, unless somebody else has another motion.
Well, the other individual who stood out to me was Deb Casey as well. I think she would make a great asset to the committee as well, but I agree under, the competitive review process, I agree with your recommendation, Jason, that that would be the person that I would select for this as well. Ryan, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No. I too was taken by Donna's, we have to preserve our town. It is beautiful. She spoke with passion and vigor in her letter, so that is my vote.
Excellent. Any members from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, excuse me. Is there a motion to approve, what was the name? Donna Hanlon, thank you. To the Land Conservancy Trust for a 3-year term set to expire on November 1st, 2027.
Motion to approve, move Donna Hanlon.
Thank you. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And the final agenda item from the town clerk's office, G8, is there a motion to appoint an individual to the Galley Advisory Committee for a term set to expire on October 1st, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Ryan, I know you're a member to the Galley Advisory Committee, and I know we're really new here, but
Yes.
would you like to provide any feedback on any of the
I would move
applicants?
to nominate Jan Cassetta to her appointment on the Galilee Advisory Committee. She has a wealth of experience, both on the Recreation Board, as well as living within town, within proximity to Galilee. I think she would be a fine addition to this board.
Thank you. Jason, do you have anything to add?
I would second that.
Okay, thank you. Jim, anything to add?
Nope.
Donna, anything to add?
No, that's who I was going to recommend also.
Excellent. So any discussion from the public? All those in favor? Okay, is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Is there a motion to approve Janice Cassetta to the Galley Advisory Committee for a term set to expire on October 1st, 2026?
Motion to approve Janice Cassetta.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, we got through that. Next on the agenda from the Town Council is discussion item H1. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 14, Article 17 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Short-Term Rentals?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And, Mr. President.
Discussion.
I'll have to recuse myself, so
Thank
I'll
you.
find someplace to.
Yep. I believe under rules of recusal that Mr. Durkin has the right to sit out in the audience and listen in and participate as a resident if he so chooses. Is that correct?
I would suggest that he wait outside the room.
Oh, okay. We'll have somebody come get you, Jim, right after discussion. Thank you. So, discussion. I believe, Mr. Colonies, this is an item that you've presented to the council, so would you like to kick us off?
Yes, I put this on the agenda because I ran on this, frankly, and was very transparent with the town on this. I believe that this ordinance is a little overbearing. We have the state looking over short-term rentals. We have litigation on this. The state actually stopped this from going through and clearly made it not a zoning ordinance. I'd like to see this go through tonight, and then at the second reading, I would like to create some workshops and go back at this again and get a more compromising ordinance to come out.
Anyone else on the council have any questions or feedback regarding this ordinance?
No questions per se, but this is really contingent on future workshops occurring, such that, to address Mr. Zonfillo's concern earlier, all parties are being heard and represented and have a seat at the table when we go to redraft this ordinance.
Donna, do you have anything else that you would like to add before
I would just like to say, if this is rescinded, it doesn't mean it's going away. It's just the beginning of bringing everyone together to the table, building a consensus and working together to make we all agree that there needs to be a short-term, an STR. We all agree to that. We just think that it can come together, be compromise on parts so it represents all residents, all homeowners, and that we come together and we form a consensus and we build even a better one than the one that is currently in place.
Thank you. I'm kind of torn on this myself, and I'm not opposed, I want to be very clear, I'm not opposed to revisiting this ordinance and working through the workshops and inviting the public's feedback and bringing them into the conversation. I just have to express concern if we were to rescind, repeal this ordinance in its entirety. After the second reading, that means we would currently have no regulations on short-term rental properties in Narragansett until the workshops go through their process, which really is we don't really have a good idea of just how long those workshops could happen. And my reservations are starting from square one. And again, I want to be very clear, I am 100% on board to revisiting and revising and amending the short-term rental ordinance. My concerns and reservations are with if we were to wipe out this ordinance in its entirety, we have nothing to go off of for the unknown allotted period of time to put a new short-term rental ordinance in place. So my general question and feedback that I'm looking for from the council is, what benefit do you see in repealing this ordinance, rescinding as it's described, versus making a motion to put workshops on future agendas to work it out with the residents and make the necessary changes, but still have the legal backing of an ordinance in place?
So I believe that this ordinance is unenforceable as we speak right now, and we still have the problem of litigation and maybe future litigation. I think getting it off the books will provide us a roadway to get rid of litigation and to move forward.
I think what I would say is the ordinance as it stands today has very little that I agree with. I believe I would like to see bringing people to the table, sitting down, talking about what it is that we agree with. What is it as a group, as residents come together? What is it that we can agree on? What do we see as the problems? And take it and work it from that point. I think that we need to have those discussions. We need to have those ideas. And I believe trying to amend something and taking something and just trying to change it is a lot, to me, in my experiences, it's a lot easier to start from the beginning, start from where we agree, and work from there, and to come up with a ordinance that's going to work for everyone. So I just don't see it as being a problem. And I agree with Jason. I believe to some extent it's not, we cannot enforce it right now anyway.
I just, again, if you don't mind having this open dialogue, I think it's really important for the town to see this. But you don't believe that starting from square one all over again on a short-term rental ordinance, even though I understand both sides of the coin. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the timing issue, that starting from square one, and there's a lot of issues that we need to tackle over the next 2 years. You don't have any concerns with this being something that goes unregulated for the next 2 years potentially while we try to resolve this?
Well, I think it needs to be a priority. I think we need to set up workshops immediately upon rescinding it. We need to set up workshops starting maybe in February and working to try to get something resolved before the summer. I know a lot of residents have contacted me or have sent, emails saying that they're concerned about the summer months coming up, and I think that it's got to be our goal to try to get something in place prior to that happening. I don't want to rush through something, but I feel that we probably can get something in place before the summer months come to be, if we work diligently on it and we make it a priority.
Thank you. Would Jason or Ryan have anything to say before opening it back up to the public? And then I will allow all council members additional conversation before voting.
I, too, think it's unenforceable, really. The way it stands now, I don't agree with 7 days, and I do see your perspective with regards to not having anything on the books. That said, this is very much a hot-button issue, as we heard from many, many people on the campaign trail. That said, I ran on this to repeal this, and again, this is contingent upon immediate workshops, such that we can put something in place before the summer months that I think is a little more agreeable and fair to all parties.
Council President, if I may. As it stands now, the short-term rental ordinance, the town is currently prohibited from enforcing it. There was a motion seeking temporary restraining order against the ordinance. It was granted. So until the full-blown litigation is resolved on that matter, the TRO will be in place and the town will be prohibited from enforcing that short-term rental ordinance.
So currently, there is no estimated time for when that could even be resolved at this point. Is that correct?
There is no estimated time, and it will not be quick.
Okay. Thank you for...
It's in Superior Court, so things don't move quickly in Superior Court typically, and we haven't even commenced discovery at this point. So just so you know, we are prohibited from enforcing it.
Thank you. I think that's actually really helpful context for this agenda item, and I think the public appreciates hearing that feedback as well. Mr. Colonies, do you have anything to add before opening it up to the public?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to come up and speak on this agenda item? And as a reminder, please state your name and address, and allotted time is still 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Pugh, 40 Birchwood Drive in Narragansett. First, I just wanted to thank the council for their service. I haven't had a chance to come up here yet and do that, so I wanted to do that right now. I know it's a tough job, and appreciate everything that you guys are doing. But I do want to make a couple points on this item. So the ordinance is under a temporary restraining order, as Solicitor Davis just mentioned. However, it still is on the books. So although it's not being enforced, it's officially on the books in Narragansett, which, in my opinion, my belief is that if you are looking to buy property in town now, you would see that that is an ordinance on the books and potentially deter you from doing that because things are not stable at the time. So there is some risk involved in purchasing now while we have this ordinance on the books. I would agree with the earlier statements from the chair on potentially amending this ordinance down the road as opposed to rescinding it immediately. And I say that because I think that's actually the best way to bring all stakeholders together and discuss an ordinance as opposed to rescinding it without that feedback. So right now, this is a decision that is potentially being made with, I don't know, 30 people in the audience. I don't think that is hearing all voices. I think this is a pretty big issue. And to make a decision to rescind this in a single meeting, is that 3 minutes already?
No, I don't think that was reset.
Is
Sorry.
not, I'll wait for you guys.
We'll give
Okay.
you another.
And I know I
minute,
used some
yeah.
time already.
Yeah.
But I think myself and others are hopeful that this is a thoughtful and responsible council, which is everything that you guys ran on and it's everything that I think you are. This feels rushed to me. It's the second meeting of this council. Maybe you do end up doing something like this down the road after hearing all voices and amending it to the point where it's essentially rescinding it. But there has to be some definitions, some points in this ordinance that are useful. Just a little bit of history. This town started working on this over two years ago. It was actually 2 councils back. So there was a lot of time and research and money spent by the town with outside consultants to put this together. This wasn't something that was done in a bubble or in a silo or without the opinions and the feedback and the input of anyone who wanted to come out and speak on this. The town heard from everybody. It's probably not a perfect ordinance, but again, there is no reason, in my opinion, to erase this from our books in 2 weeks. That's what would happen. It would be done, and then you start the workshops. You can have these workshops, and this ordinance could be the basis of what you discuss. So if you disagree with the cap, you change the number on the cap, or you don't have a cap. I personally agree with some sort of cap, but that's for a later discussion. If you don't agree with the 7 days, then you talk about that. But there's an ordinance in place that a lot of time and effort was put into, and it doesn't feel like it is in character of what I think this council is to make a decision like this without hearing from everyone. And I don't think this meeting is really hearing from everyone. This is hearing from a small handful. So thank you guys. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak? Please come forward. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Rupert Friday, 113 Montauk Road. And I sort of want to start out where Jesse did. I ask you not to rescind the ordinance and kick the can down the road and do nothing on short-term rentals for the next couple of years. As Jesse mentioned, this already has been discussed for going on 3 years now, and in my opinion, it should have been addressed more than 5 years ago. I want to correct the record about the state short-term rental commission. I've been attending those meetings, and as Jim knows, because he's a member, the commission's focus is on state issues such as fire code, taxes, enabling legislation for the towns. The chair at the last meeting clearly stated that the issues such as parking, noise, quality of life impacts, neighborhood stability are local issues to be addressed by the towns. And I think the short-term rental ordinance takes some steps in that direction. So I think we can make some changes to address the concerns and the problems with the ordinance. I know the planning board sent recommendations for changes that weren't reflected in what was adopted. But I don't think it's good to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And then I just want to reflect the Crane report on affordable housing that was provided in February recommends the town require short-term rentals to be at least 7 days, and they encourage the town to create incentives for landlords to rent on a year-round basis. And I think that's an affordable housing consultant that's done this work all over the country. He really knows his stuff. He's done work on the Cape. He's done work in places with pressure like ours. And those are his strong recommendations for addressing affordable housing in the town as part of that. So, anyhow, thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Yes, Mr. Schofield.
Good evening. Harry Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue. So I went back and looked at our NTRA candidate forum, and, you know, some of you said you need to repeal and replace. Most of you said it could be fixed, and a lot of you said we need to have all stakeholders at the table. And Councilwoman Vignali highlighted that mostly. But you know, when the last council enacted this, all the stakeholders were at the table. They held a public hearing. That's what a public hearing does. It invites all the stakeholders to the table. They were here. People had every chance to hear what they wanted to say. So to say that you need all the stakeholders at the table, maybe what you mean is you need a specific set of stakeholders. But the stakeholders were invited to the table the last time around. I just want to point that out. I also want to just say that Granicus, the last council hired Granicus. It's a nationwide company that does this all over the country. The recommendations they took in from Granicus result from deep experience in doing it for many towns and cities. STRs are a problem around the country. You know, I have had a seasonal house in Sedona, Arizona for the past 15 years. And where I lived in the village of Oak Creek, the school closed because of this. And anyone who's visited Sedona knows that it's a tourist mecca. And uptown Sedona, the neighborhoods have been gutted. So neighborhoods across the country have been gutted by this problem. And there's nothing, and so, yes, there needs to be, Aspen, Colorado, where I've skied several years, has a cap on the number of short-term rentals, like this last ordinance put in. This is a problem. And consider the fact that when people engage in short-term rentals, whether they're student rentals or short-term rentals, they are making money at the expense of their neighbors. Making money at the expense of their neighbors, right? They're moving into a neighborhood, taking away a family house, and putting in a mini hotel. Those are not neighbors. So consider that. You know, and I'll just end, look, with the exception of Jim Durkin, you are all neophytes at running town government. I don't say that. I don't mean that to be a negative. It just is a fact that you haven't run town government before. And so to start out by repealing an ordinance that had a lot of good work put into it, just because the last council did it, you know, is the height of arrogance if you do that. You can change it, modify it. You know, governments do this all the time. They have legislation, they change it, they modify it. So I would encourage you all to do that. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Please state your name and address.
Ron Catanzaro, 17 Atlantic Ave. Hi. I just want to come in support of saying let's not go to rescind, but let's leave it and then begin your workshops and see what are the tweaks that need to be made to it. I think it's much easier, at least from my 30 years in business, running teams of 70 and 80 people and managing through these processes, that it's much easier to work from an existing document than it is to come from zero again and go back up. And keep in mind, I think Jesse, or one of them said it was like 3, I think it was almost 4 years of work. Granicus, we spent $50,000 with that company. We had a law firm work with Granicus that vetted it. So there was immense experience nationally brought to Narragansett to help us do it as right as possible. And to take all of that and just toss it out at your second meeting was not a good look and not a good start. I would recommend that you not rescind, and like the council president suggested, leave it on the books and start to work to correct what needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening and welcome back.
Okay. Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island. And thank you, council members, for taking this up. As you know, I was previous council member, so I was, right in the trenches when this was done. And a lot has been said. It has been about 4 years since we've looked into this. And the last council, Jesse's council, heard it. We basically built on that, some other councils. So it's been a combination of two councils that have been really working hard on this. The last council, we hired Granicus, like, that's been said before, because we wanted to try to get it done right. And this company was a nationwide company. They had done a lot of different places. There was a need for it. It's growing all over the nation and the world, for that matter. So we came up with the document. We were all asked to give our advice, and we did on a one-on-one basis with the Granicus person, and that was taken all into consideration, and the outcome that you see here was taken up with what's here. So I think it's a good working document. And another thing, it was also vetted with the staff in the town that was going to have to implement this. They had gone through the whole thing, to make sure we could enforce it in that position. So the issue is, why can't Narragansett have a short-term rental ordinance? And there's really one answer, and it's because the 2100 group, and that amongst other people, and I'm naming names because everybody knows who they're, the landlord group, they potentially see that this is going to hurt their profitability. And they had to $60 million, $50 million, $60 million business, and they think that's going to hurt their business, so they have the money for the attorneys to come by and fight the ordinances. And most of the time it's anything, even if it's from a change from $100 to the original fee to $125. They just keep coming and coming and coming because they have the money. So, it gets to the point. A lot of them don't live here. Some do. A lot of residents have said, well, I want to get on the game too, profitability, so they've gotten their own rental properties. I understand that. And we've even made provisions in that in the ordinance where I think their fee is $300 or $350, and the other fee is $600 for if you don't live in the town or whatever. So there's a lot of good things in here. And please just don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I could say so much about it more. We have 25% of every short-term rental in the town, in the whole state. That's 25%, and we don't have a short-term rental. Newport has one. North Kingston has one. Some of them have limits. Jamestown has limits of 198 of them. So, this is not a bad document. So leave it the way it is. Don't repeal it, and work from it on the future work sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Please come forward. Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Petroselli, Rockland Street, Narragansett. I had no plans to come up here. I just came to listen. But I have written to this council about this issue, and I did hear from one person and then a second person. But it seems that the only way I can be heard is if I actually come to a meeting and speak. I just want to reiterate what all of these people have said so eloquently, that I do believe that we need a short-term rental ordinance in this town, and the one we have now, I'm not saying it shouldn't be tweaked. I agree with all of what they've said, but just keep it in place and have your workshops and do whatever it is we need to do as a town and as people to come together, compromise, whatever it needs, whatever we need to do to make it work. But I implore you not to leave us with nothing, because then I think that is going to, even what the lawyer said, at least having something in place, as Jesse had pointed out, is so much better than just having nothing there. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward and state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Kevin McKenna, 31 Pleasant Avenue, Narragansett. Like all the previous speakers, I'm also opposed to rescinding the short-term rental ordinance. However, I believe that there should be a series of workshops held to amend and in some cases modify this ordinance. By focusing on and correcting the problematic issues within the short-term ordinance, the council could create an ordinance that was acceptable to the majority of the stakeholders in the town. Some of these problematic issues, and not to name all of them, might be really themes or issues: the threshold limit, the idea of shoulder seasons, fire and safety inspections that, should be held initially, but not every year. Now, we need to have a short-term rental ordinance in place. I believe that many of these issues can be addressed quickly and allow for the passage of a short-term ordinance that is legally binding and acceptable to the majority of the town residents. Now, this town council has indicated its desire to listen and respond to all of its constituents. Your actions on this ordinance can be the beginning of making this happen. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward?
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Winwood Circle. So I didn't see any of you at any of the, maybe you were at some of those meetings, I didn't see any of you participate in any of this process before you decided to run for council. So I don't know how you would know there wasn't. Perhaps you did and I'm mistaken. If I am, I do apologize. But do you even know what's in it? Or is it just what the landlords are telling you? It's really common sense stuff. No less than 7 days. Okay, there's got to be a time limit. 2 people per bedroom. Granicus will monitor to make sure people are compliant, right? Make sure the renters are compliant. Inspections, I disagree with the previous gentleman. They have to be done periodically. Somebody can 1 year inspect it, but that's certainly something to talk about. 2 major infractions, and they lose their license after that. It's I have a little secondhand cringe listening to people who are not attorneys say this is not enforceable. We don't know if it's enforceable. And why would you pull it out of litigation now? Because I got news for you. I don't care how much kumbaya you all have and with the quote-unquote stakeholders. They're going to sue you again. And again, and again. Like, there's this weird thought that for some reason it's our own fault for wanting to monitor our own destiny in this town. And we were slandered for it. We were treated like garbage for it. And you rode that wave into office. You had surrogates on your behalf trashing the rest of this town. And this looks like payback for that trashing and that help. It always had to be amended. It always had to be changed. It wasn't set in stone. I encourage you to really study up on this and understand it, because right now it doesn't look like you understand it at all, and it looks like political payback. So please, withdraw the motion. Mr. Colonnese, you can withdraw the motion if you like. Vote it down. Don't move forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Please come forward.
My name's John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive, Narragansett. So I just want to echo what people have been saying here, is that the right way to approach this is not to rescind the ordinance, but leave it in effect, and then you can have all your collaborative stuff that you talk about to work on it and then to modify it. Because I'll tell you, if you do rescind this, you're really sending a message to the whole town. Message one is, this is a coup for the landlords who effectively run businesses in residential areas. But it's also, and this is really important, it's a finger in the eye to those residents who for years wanted some protection from those greedy landlords who cram as many people as possible into their homes during the summer. Don't take the easy way out. Leave the ordinance on the books. Have your series of workshops, include stakeholders, your collaborative approach with subsequent ordinance amendment. Don't bring the town back to square one on this critical issue. It'll probably be years, if at all, before another ordinance is drafted. This thing that's up there now has taken 5 or 6 years to come to fruition. And I'll just close with this. If you rescind the ordinance, I'm not looking forward to early next spring when I read in the Airbnb and VRBO ads for summer rentals in my neighborhood. I can see it now like I've seen it before. 3-bedroom house for rent, sleep 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak who hasn't done so already? Seeing none, I will open the floor back up to members of the council to share any additional final feedback before going to a vote. Ms. Vignali, would you like to start?
I do have a question for town solicitor. If this was to be rescinded, does that stop all litigation?
If this was rescinded, we didn't bring the lawsuit, so the plaintiff would have to dismiss that, but I don't think there would be any reason the plaintiff would not dismiss it, since there would be nothing to fight. So I think the short answer is I think it would alleviate this particular lawsuit.
So in respect, we would be saving the town money in litigation if this were to be rescinded.
Litigation dollars on this particular matter would be saved.
Thank you. Thank you all for your input. I really appreciate hearing from all of you. I think what bothers me more than anything else is that it still sounds like it's the landlords against the NPRA. And quite honestly, that's what I'm trying to stop. I am trying to get us to come together at the table. Let's work on, let's use this as a roadmap, but let's get out there. What are the issues? What both sides think the issues are? Where could we go with this? How could we come together, compromise, make something that's not in litigation, come up with an ordinance that's going to help and satisfy residents? It's not going to be perfect. Landlords are not going to be happy. Residents are not going to be happy. No one part of this is going to make everyone happy. However, this division, this them against us, accusing us of being for the landlords. I don't even know who the landlords are. So I just really think that what I'm trying to do is to try to come up with an ordinance. We know that there needs to be an ordinance. We know that. We know that we have to look at caps. We know that we need to look at all the things that are in this ordinance right now. But I believe that we could use this as a roadmap. We don't need it on the books. We can get rid of the litigation, save the town money, come up with our workshops, get them started as soon as possible, and work really hard to get this done by summer. That's what I believe.
Thank you. Does anyone else have, Mr. Colonies, would you like to add anything to this conversation as well?
I agree with Donna. I believe we should get rid of the litigation. I think we should use it as a roadmap. There are some things I don't disagree with in it, but there are some things that I am very disagreeable with it. So I agree with Donna.
Mr. Torialde?
There was something that former Counselor Ferrandy said that just kind of stuck out to me. Building. Yes, I've just previously said that I would vote to rescind this. However, we can build upon it instead of tearing it down. Jesse, former Councilman Jesse Pugh, spoke and said that this has been in progress for the last 2 councils, 4 years or so. I think it would be wise for us to keep this on the books and look at amending it. Immediately schedule workshops. Again, bring all parties to the table, make sure all are being heard before we rush into a decision. Yeah.
Thank you. The only thing, I would add and elaborate, I know there's, this comes with the right intentions, but again, I agree with a lot of the notions and sentiments that were shared this evening, as well as what I had preluded before opening it up to the public. And that's, we are here to work with you, and we want to be a council that addresses these issues. And it doesn't sound like, from a majority of the members of the public who came forward, that they're not willing to work through this with us. So I want to show that we're willing to work through this with them. One point that our town solicitor brings up is that, or answered Councilmember Vignali, was that a rescinding of this particular ordinance would end that particular lawsuit. That does not prevent some future litigation for coming forward or additional lawsuits, and that comes with honestly, any ordinance or any item that we have presented. So I think it's, again, I share my personal feelings that, again, I believe that the short-term rental ordinance needs to be addressed, and it will be addressed. If it's through the council's decision of it being rescinded, so be it. But my personal feelings is that the right way to go about it collectively and collaboratively with the stakeholders that we've described, many of us from the start, is to go through the process of setting up workshops, amending the items. Members on this council have shared before that they like to go line by line on items, and I'd be more than happy to look forward to workshopping this particular ordinance with the stakeholders, members within the public, go line by line, go through the language, vet it. And again, I respect the amount of time in which this ordinance took to get here. There was a lot of different feedback. Knocking on doors, it did sound like there were a number of people who did not feel represented within this ordinance, which is why, and again, echoing the whole back and forth here, it's nice to know that it sounded like the collective opinion of everyone present here, both on the council and in the audience, is that this is an agenda item that needs to be worked. And I think the best way to go about it appropriately would be to set up workshops to then work through amending this particular ordinance. So again, that's where I come from, and unless anyone else on the council has anything else to add, all those in favor of approving this motion, do I have to spell it out again? I know there was a lot of conversation here. All those in favor of passing this motion on short-term rentals to rescind it, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion fails 2-2. And can somebody please bring Mr. Durkin back in? Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And just to fill you in, that the council voted 2-2, so the motion failed. So we will be, the option is on the table to consider workshops at a later time. Next on the agenda is item H2. Is there a motion to appoint 2 members from the town council to serve on the negotiations team for collective bargaining with the Firefighters Local 1589 International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, in the town of Narragansett?
Move the motion.
Discussion. Is there any members on the town council who wishes to volunteer to be on, one of the 2 members on the negotiations committee? If it's not a committee, but you know what I mean.
I would volunteer to serve in that capacity.
Would anyone else support Donna's? I personally think you would be an amazing person to sit in on these negotiations. I know all of us up here met with them individually throughout the whole campaign cycle, but with your extensive previous background and experience, I think you would be a wonderful asset to have on that team. Is there any other member who wishes to be on that negotiations committee with Donna? If not, I will volunteer as well. So unless somebody else up here would prefer, I will leave it to that. No? Okay. So is there a motion to appoint? I can't even make a motion for myself to be on it, right? So somebody has to nominate me.
A motion to appoint Alex and Donna to the negotiating team for the fire department, Local 1589.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next is a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Section 2-181 Membership Terms, Election of Officers of Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 8 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative. Is there a motion?
Move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
And discussion, this was just an item that was recommended to the council to increase the size of the current Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, if I'm even...
Yes.
Yes, thank you. From, where is the size here? Oh, increased to 6 members of the public. So currently, I believe it's, where is it? I had a note here. I think it's 5, and they want to increase it 4, thank you. And they want to increase it to 6 members of the public. So that's really the only ask here. Does anyone have any discussion on the council? Anyone from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Last item on the agenda, is there a motion to schedule a work session, with the planning board to discuss potential changes to Appendix A entitled Zoning regarding the allowance of mixed uses in a BB general business zone?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? So this is just a continuance from the public hearing that we were supposed to have at our prior meeting. Due to the extended length of time that the first public hearing went, the council voted to continue, and this is just the agreement that this work session be scheduled, if that's correct. Thank you. Do we have to schedule a specific date? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The suggested dates were either Monday, January 13th, or Monday, January 27th. You would need to select one of those dates and then a time that works for you.
My preference would be January 27th. Does anyone else have any, does anyone have any opposition to January 27th? That's Monday, that's the last Monday in January. And then, would you all be available at 6? Or is that cutting it close? I know some of us have work. I'm going to give Councilman Torialde a moment to check his schedule.
Thank you. 6 on the 27th of January should be fine.
On the 27th, right? Sorry.
27th of January.
Okay. So if that time is available, 6 o'clock on January 27th for the work session with the planning board to discuss potential changes to Appendix A entitled Zoning regarding the allowance of mixed uses in a BB general business zone, if that time works with you guys.
That's fine.
Perfect. Is there a motion to move that?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Thank you.
Time for the workshop.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jim?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And now is executive session. Is there a motion to retire to executive session of the Town Council in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-4 and 42-46-5A for the purpose of collective bargaining to discuss the labor negotiations for Local 1589 International Association of Firefighters pursuant to 42-46-5A2 and for the purpose of litigation pursuant to 42-46-5A2.
So, moved.
Roll call. Do we need a roll call?
First, second, then the roll call vote, please.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move the motion.
And
Second.
roll call vote.
Aye.
You have to say your name and then.
Ryan Torialde? Aye.
Thank you.
Jason Colony's aye.
Alex Menzies, aye.
James Durkin, aye.
Donna Vignali, aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. Just reconvening back into regular session. We did have executive session, and the only votes that were cast was a motion to seal the minutes of the December 16th, 2024 executive session meeting. It was moved by Councilwoman Vignali and seconded by Councilman Colonies, and it was approved by a vote of 5-0. And the second vote that was held in executive session, a motion to adjourn executive session at 10:54 p.m. and to reconvene an open session that was moved by Councilman Torialde and seconded by Councilman Colonies and approved by a vote of 5-0. Is there a motion to adjourn at 10:58 p.m.?
Second.
All those in favor?